Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome at the National Archives in Kraków at the International Conference Dispersed Heritage. We are very happy to have you here with us, and I would like to ask the General Director of State Archives, Mr. Paweł Pietrzyk, to open our conference. Thank you, Mr. Director. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome to today's conference. Allow me to not to name everyone. We welcome Mr. Consul General Władysław Wojnarowski. On behalf of the Ambassador of Ukraine in Poland, I will ask you to take the floor in a moment. Welcome to all our guests from abroad, directors, general directors, and representatives of state archives from a total of 10 European states, including especially the delegation of the Ukrainian archives with Natalia Chromov, the chief of the National Archive Service of Ukraine. Welcome to directors of befriended institutions cooperating with the state archives. Welcome to representatives of universities, professors, representatives of the world of science and culture. Welcome to members of the Archival Council and directors of the state archives in Poland and their representatives, because not all the directors could make it today. And welcome to all of you gathered here in the National Archives in Kraków, as well as our audience in Poland and abroad who are following or who will be following today's conference via streaming on YouTube and Facebook. Now, before we move on, I would like to ask the Consul to take the floor. Mr. National Director, General Director, and members of the Ukrainian delegation, together with the chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big honor for me to participate in today's meeting on behalf of the ambassador, the ambassador of Ukraine, Vladislav, and the entire team of the General Consulate in Cracow. Welcome and thank you for this opportunity. Ukraine is in a very difficult position now, brought about by the Russian military aggression. It's not only about Ukraine's sovereignty and integrity of its territory. Right now in Europe, there is fight for civilizational choice for the entire world. The war has been in place not for the past several months, in fact, but for over 8 years now. This is a hybrid war which began with attacks in the areas of trade, power, but also this war was about history. Now, for most EU states and countries around the world, it is clear how the aggressor in the past actively used various difficult topics, including themes in the Polish-Ukrainian history, to conduct a series of loosely connected activities. Hence, the importance of today's meeting, and out of the bottom of my heart, thank you to the Polish side and to the General Director for this opportunity to be here. Taking this opportunity, I would like to also thank Mr. Director, to each Pole, man or woman, to the President of Poland, Prime Minister, to the government and MPs for conducting such unrealistic almost things in a very short period of time, starting with aid provided to citizens of Ukraine, whether in health protection, education, social benefits, but also help for our war migrants who have come in large numbers to Poland and who were treated as guests in Poland. We are very humbled by your support, and we're very grateful for that. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you a fruitful debate. To all of you, including the Ukrainian delegation, the diplomatic service of Ukraine values this opportunity and these relations very much, even in these difficult times. The cooperation that is so important both for Ukraine and for Polish-Ukrainian relationships. Thank you. Slava Ukraine and Slava Republic of Poland. Thank you very much, Mr. Consul, for taking the floor and speaking at our conference. Because we have simultaneous interpretation in 3 languages and we have streaming, which is ongoing, I was told to speak only in 1 language, so please use your headsets. The translation is being done on a regular basis, and I will try to read my introductory speech because we need to stick to the time regime so that the persons following us online can stick to the time as well for the streaming to be on time.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and participants of the conference, our meeting today starts a new series of international archival conferences under the name European Archival Colloquia. It is a reference to conferences held in Poland for several years and enjoying considerable interest under the slogan Colloquia Jerzy Skowronek Dedicata. These years of positive experiences of the Polish state archives in European cooperation have led us to organize a new series of conferences with aim of bringing the national archives in Europe closer to each other, as well as exchanging experiences and discussing issues of importance to the archival community. I am extremely pleased that for the first time since 2016, representatives of national archives from 11 European countries are meeting again. The venue was not chosen by accident. Krakow, as a historical capital of Poland until the end of the 16th century and the city where the oldest university in Poland was established, is now an important center for scientific life in Poland. The local archive, which is a natural base for scientific research but also serves all other groups of citizens, gathers a wealth of sources of the history of the state and the nation, as well as relations with neighboring countries over several centuries. The National Archive building in Krakow, commissioned in autumn 2021, is one of the most modern, functional and environmentally friendly archive facilities in Europe. We will be able to convince ourselves of this during the tour of the building offered tomorrow. So this is a little change in our agenda, and I will be speaking more on this by the end of my speech. This year's conference is organized under the theme Dispersed Heritage, Displacement and Reivindication of Archival Materials in Europe after the First World War. Its aim is to recall the historical events of the interwar period, including the consequences of the First World War and legal regulations which had an impact on functioning of national archives and the historical resources they hold. And this topic has taken a new importance this year in the connection with the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the threats posed by this armed conflict to the cultural heritage of our neighbors, which forms an integral part of European heritage and bears witness of our common history. For this reason, we have decided to organize a special panel dedicated to Ukrainian archives, with which we have for many years been closely connected through various archival projects undertaken in the past years. After the paper presentations in today's session 1, which will introduce us to the historical context of the discussion issue, we will have a unique opportunity to learn not only about the history of the Ukrainian archival heritage in the interwar period, but also to listen to accounts of its current situation and enormity of the challenges faced by our colleagues in Ukraine. Tomorrow, we will begin with an interesting historical lecture by Professor Andrzej Nowak, a historian and university lecturer, and outstanding as a Polish participants will not need to be introduced to him, an outstanding expert of Polish history and this part of Europe, author of monumental series of history of the Polish state and its relationship with its neighbors. The next 3 thematic sessions on the second day will be devoted to the experiences of individual European countries, including Poland, with regards to the individualization of archival materials, transfer of collections and related to regulations. As conference organizers, we have also prepared an attractive cultural program to accompany the conference, including the opportunity to visit today the salt mine in nearby Wieliczka, a unique place listed to the UNESCO World Cultural Heritage list. Our today's session will be simultaneously interpreted into 3 languages, Polish, English and Ukrainian, and simultaneously broadcast also in these 3 languages on YouTube and Facebook. And I hope that thanks to this, they will gain a wide interest of the accompanying audience in Poland and beyond our borders. That was just a short introduction. And now let me just very briefly give you a couple of sentences on the conference itself. The theme of the conference inaugurated today remains in close connection with the historical experience of Europe, including Poland in the 20th century. The political shape of Europe after 1918 was shaped by 2 major peace treaties. For the state of Western Europe, it was the Treaty of Versailles, concluded between the Entente and Germany in Paris on the 28th of June 1919. For the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, it was the Riga Peace Treaty of 17th March of 1921, ending the war with Bolshevik Russia. Both treaties sanctioned the creation of new nation-states and the implementation of the idea of the national self-determination. The Treaty of Versailles marked the end of the German and Austro-Hungarian empires, while the Treaty of Riga allowed for the creation of new states carved out of the territory of Bolshevik-ruled Russia. Its provisions were important for such countries as Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Belarus, and Ukraine. It was also of fundamental importance for the process of restitution of archival and other cultural property seized by Tsarist Russia, especially from the territories of Poland since the collapse of the Polish state at the end of the 18th century. The period of the World War I and its aftermath also saw significant transfers of archival resources to other countries in this part of Europe. This will be discussed in detail tomorrow by representatives of countries. Tomorrow, Polish experiences with displacement and plundering of archival materials and with the first attempts of their restitution dates back to the 17th century, known in the Polish history as the Age of Wars. Already at that time, Poland suffered heavy losses in cultural assets, including archival resources, during numerous military campaigns against Russia, Sweden, the Swedish Deluge, and Turkey. As early as in the 17th century, peace treaties concluded for the first time included provisions on the revindication of collections seized from Polish lands, and as we know, until today they have not been completed, at least not fully. The most tragic period, resulting in the loss of significant amount of documentary heritage, occurred at the end of 18th century. It is after the partition of the Polish state. From that moment on, throughout the 19th century, when Poland disappeared from the map of Europe, the partitioning powers, especially Russia, carried out constant looting of archival and other cultural assets. The situation was similar during the First World War. It was only when the Bolshevik offensive was halted on the outskirts of Warsaw in 1920 and the Latvian Riga peace treaty concluded a year later that the conditions were created for larger scale talks on the revindication of archival, library and museum materials from Russia to Poland. And tomorrow's speakers will discuss the importance of the provisions of this document for Polish archives. It is worth mentioning that the provisions of the Riga Peace Treaty were the basis for the first such a large-scale reivindication campaign. Difficult negotiations made difficult by the Russian side were conducted by the prominent Polish archivists and historians. And these discussions were even more difficult because of the Russian party. Among the materials that were successfully recovered were the most important archives from the period of the First Polish Republic and later periods, including records of state authorities, the archives of the last king Stanisław August Poniatowski, documents of the Kościuszko uprising, records of offices and institutions from the 19th century, and some materials evacuated by the Russians from the Polish lands in 1915. The scale of the work done is evidenced by the return to Poland in 1922-1924 of over 31 wagons, railway wagons of archival materials. Not all archival materials due to Poland under the Riga Treaty returned to Poland. Researchers estimate that approximately 20% of materials, some say even more, materials have not been recovered to date. In the interwar period, reivindications efforts were also undertaken, albeit on a much smaller scale, from Austria and Germany. The short period of existence of the independent state, lasting about 20 years, did not lead to the settlement of all issues related to the return to Poland of archival materials seized by neighboring countries. The outbreak of the World War II in 1939 brought further threats to the partially recovered and collected source materials within the rebuilt archival network. Already during the war, specialized teams of historians and art historians, archivists and librarians were set up in Poland to register losses. The inventories prepared by them were the basis for reivindication claims from the East and from the West after 1945. The reivindication action from the territory of the USSR took place in two main stages between the years 1945-1952 and 1957-1964. The archival materials taken during the German occupation during the World War II and then seized by the Red Army and deported to the USSR were recovered. In the 1960s, archival materials not retrieved under the Riga Treaty were returning to Poland. These included over 650 archival units from the archives in Grodno, Leningrad, Lviv, Moscow and Vilnius. After 1945, efforts were made to reivindicate and evacuate files from the occupation zones in Germany and Austria. The most successful was so-called mission of Adam Stebelski, a historian and archivist sent to Germany in 1947. As a result of his actions, over 19 railway wagons of archival materials returned to Poland, and the final stage of reivindication from German archives took place in the 1960s. At present, collections of so-called Polonika, these materials concerning Polish history and nation, are stored almost all over the world, both in Polish institutions, in exile, and in foreign archives. Among the documentation moved in different periods and historical circumstances, a significant group of source materials is still constituted by documents subject to revindication. This is an important issue in archival relationships with our neighbors, mainly with the Russian Federation, also with Germany and Ukraine. Summarizing the Polish experience to date in the recovery of numerous displaced cultural assets, including archival materials, it should be noted that despite the existing provisions in the international treaties and some bilateral regulations and legal acts between the countries concerned, the physical recovery of many documents raises numerous difficulties. The most advanced and well documented are restitutions negotiations with Ukraine. After Ukraine regained independence in 1991, work on exchanging information on archives of interest to both parties accelerated significantly. Materials that had not been disclosed in Soviet times were also declassified and published. A huge contribution to the issue of the revindication of archival materials from Ukraine was made by the Polish-Ukrainian Intergovernmental Commission for the Protection and Return of Cultural Property Lost and Illegally Displaced during the World War II. It was established on the basis of the agreement between the government of the Republic of Poland and the government of Ukraine signed in Warsaw in 1996. In the following years of the work of this body, lists of Polonika and in Ukrainian archives and lists of Ukrainian documents in state archives in Poland were created and exchanged between the parties. Since 2010, work has also intensified on registering and copying of Polish documents in Ukrainian archives. Microfilming and more frequently digitization programs are still being carried out in cooperation with Ukrainian partners, mainly in the archives in Lviv. The progress currently being made in the digitization of archival holdings means that the place where the originals are physically stored is becoming less relevant from the point of view of those interested in accessing specific documentation or information. This can be an opportunity for substitution measures in case where restitution measures for original documentation are not possible. Also noteworthy is the UNESCO's idea of common cultural heritage that has been promoted since 1970s. In the future, it may become one of the basic methods of resolving international disputes over displaced cultural property, and at the same time by a means of satisfying the expectations of users of archival resources. I am convinced that the exchange of information and experiences of various European countries whose representatives are gathered to this conference will also be a basis for creative discussion and finding new methods of solving these complex problems in archival relationships. I wish you successful discussion and interesting lectures, papers, and I think now seamlessly let's move on to the first session, and so I will moderate this session, and shortly I will ask the first speaker to join me here on the stage. Oh yes, of course, I need to speak to the microphone. Yes, of course, microphone is very important. So this is going to be a historical introduction. Professor Bruski, the floor is yours.
Mr. Director, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation and for this truly big honor to open the historical part of this debate. Let me start with the end of the whole story, that is, the fall of 1920. It was then that the forces of the Ukrainian People's Republic, which still controlled the western parts of Podolia, were forced to evacuate On November 20th, under pressure from the Bolsheviks on the Polish side of the border river Zbruch, Ukrainian government institutions were forced, and then the last units of the URL army followed a day later. Within a few weeks, some 45,000 civilian and military immigrants crossed the Polish border. It was the last act of the Polish-Ukrainian alliance concluded 7 months before and sealed by a joint offensive on Kiev. The offensive was the culmination of a long-lasting political and military conflict between Poland and the Soviet Union and the Ukrainian Soviet one. In order to properly understand the events, one should go back in time. Although the first armed clashes did not occur until February 1919, it should be noted that, in fact, from the very beginning, practically from the onset, this confrontation was an inherent part of the logic of relations between the reborn Republic of Poland and Bolshevik Russia. In the words of Joseph Stalin, the People's Commissar for Nationalities, the main element of a partition, the Russian Sredostenie, which impeded the march of the revolution to the west. That partition had to be removed, all the more because Poland was betraying its own aspirations, dangerous from the Bolsheviks' point of view. There was a widespread conviction upon the Vistula that the sphere of Polish interests extended far to the east beyond strictly ethnic borders. The Poland before the partitions from 1772 was believed a starting point or reference point. A large part of Poland opted for an incorporation program which assumed that the reborn state would include largely ethnically non-Polish areas in the east, all of Lithuania, most of Livonia and in Belarusian lands, a large part of Volhynia and Podolia. For various reasons, the National Democrats were categorically opposed to supporting the independence efforts of the Ukrainians. The second, the left-wing pro-independence camp, centered around Józef Piłsudski, put forward a program that was more modest in territorial terms, but much more dangerous for future Russia, be it white or red. Piłsudski intended to use the turmoil and the temporary political vacuum in the East to put into effect his project, commonly, though not entirely accurately, described as a federalist program. The head of state was skeptical about the possibility of achieving a permanent modus vivendi with the Russian Empire in one form or another. So he believed that Poland should use the time of the weakening of its eastern neighbor to undertake an ambitious task of geopolitically reconstructing the entire region. According to Piłsudski, the necessary condition was to push Russia back to the east permanently. The non-Russian peripherals regions were to break away from the former empire, and Poland's task was to stimulate that process. Piłsudski saw the creation of a permanent strategic bloc uniting Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Belarus as his most important objective. What form of such a union would ultimately take, whether a federation, confederation, or alliance, that was an open and somewhat secondary question. Piłsudski was never a doctrinaire in this respect. He always preferred, as he wrote in a letter to Leon Wasilewski, he preferred a revolver in his pocket to any kind of theory. The most important role in the concept of chief of state was played by Ukraine. It was obvious why. It was determined by its population and economic potential, and above all by its key geopolitical location. The situation, however, was extremely complicated in the area. The Ukrainian lands, since the end of 1917, were the scene of fierce political and military rivalry. On the one hand, we had pro-independence activists from the URL who struggled with the Bolsheviks and the forces of White Russia. The country was roamed by German, Austro-Hungarian, and later Western army interveners, and finally General Anton Denikin's volunteer army. The anarchy was completed by the activity of local self-proclaimed atamans. At the end of 1919, the Bolshevik Russia was victorious. It used the name of a separate Soviet government residing in Kharkov. The facade of this government is obvious, but its existence allowed the Bolsheviks to declare that there was a civil war ongoing in Ukraine in which there was no place for foreign intervention, and that the Russian side was not directly involved. For the Bolsheviks, gaining control over Ukrainian lands was of key importance. The first attempts to control them were made as early as late 1917. One of the Bolshevik leaders, Georgy Pyatakov, argued that Lenin's slogan about the right of nations to self-determination could not be applied in this case, since the separatism of the Ukrainians was contrary to the interest of the proletariat. This interest he identified directly with the interest of Russia. The existence of Russia, as Pyatakov stated openly, is unthinkable without Ukrainian sugar industry, coal, grain, and so on. The Bolsheviks also saw Ukraine as a bridge that would enable the revolution to continue its march west and south. In the fall of 1918, another leading Bolshevik activist declared, "In Kiev begins the corridor that leads to Europe." For Piłsudski, the key problem was to find an ally on the Ukrainian side. The most reliable partner ultimately turned out to be the group centered around the Directory of the Ukrainian People's Republic. Since the spring of 1919, the commander of chief of the armed forces of the headed this is Szymon Petlura, accomplished journalist, one of the leaders of Ukrainian social democracy, who had much in common with the commander of chief, with Piłsudski. He underwent significant ideological evolution during the revolutionary years. Like Piłsudski, Petlura got off the red streetcar at this stop named Independence. And like Piłsudski, although he had no formal military education, he proved to be a talented commander. As one of the few Ukrainian leftists, he attached great importance to what proved to be crucial and what is key today, so that is to the expansion of the Ukrainian armed forces. He observed the increasingly tragic development of the situation, and as an effect, he advocated cooperation with Poland. But I wanted to stress very clearly, this was not the effect of some Polonophilia, but rather a sensible political calculation. For a long time, an agreement seemed unattainable. Polish-Ukrainian relations were poisoned very seriously by the armed conflict over eastern Galicia, which broke out in November of 1918. The Directory was not initially a party to this conflict, but this changed in January of 1919 when the Ukrainian People's Republic merged with the Western Ukrainian People's Republic proclaimed in Lviv. For a long time, this prevented the establishment of cooperation against the Bolsheviks between Poland and the independences. Such chance arose only in the autumn of 1919. Already earlier, in mid-July, there had been an armed settlement of the conflict in Galicia in favor of Poland. Then, a truce was signed. However, the agreement was forced by the critical situation of the Ukrainian army, surrounded by the Bolsheviks and Denikin's volunteer army and exhausted by typhoid and dysentery epidemics. By the end of November 1919, the territory controlled by the Ukrainian authorities shrank to a few dozen square kilometers. In this situation, the only chance for the URL to return to the table was to reach an agreement with its western neighbor to gain its military and diplomatic assistance. The moment for the establishment of such cooperation was very favorable. The unexpected fall of the Whites was crucial here. Denikin's defeat raised the significance of the Polish factor in the calculations of the Entente powers and increased Piłsudski's freedom of action. Moreover, secret Polish-Soviet negotiations also convinced the Polish party that an agreement with the Bolsheviks was not possible due to a fundamental clash of interests in the Ukrainian section. In early December of 1919, Szymon Petlura went on a mission to Warsaw. This diplomacy played an important role. The key episode was the meeting of the Ukrainian leader with Józef Piłsudski. The interlocutors made an excellent impression on each other, and the Ataman's audience at the Belvedere started at 8:30 and went on to 5 in the morning. The ultimate agreement was not, of course, the result of this one meeting. It was there was a whole series of difficult, often dramatic Polish-Ukrainian negotiations. They ended on the night of the 21-22 April 1920 with the signing of a political agreement. 2 days later, a military convention was also concluded. At the price of serious territorial concessions, so relinquishing eastern Galicia and the western part of Volhynia by Ukraine, the Ukrainian People's Republic and its government gained recognition from Poland. A military convention provided for joint operations against the Bolsheviks. Operationally, the URL army was to be subordinate to the Polish High Command, and the Ukrainian side undertook to supply the Allied troops during the campaign. In return, the Poles agreed to form Petlura's army on their territory. A condition not explicitly included in the alliance agreement was the introduction of 2 Poles, Piłsudski's trusted men, to the Ukrainian government. Stanisław Stępowski became the Minister of Agriculture, a Masonic landowner from Podolia, and Henryk Józewski, a former commander of the Polish military organization in Kiev, became Deputy Interior Minister. So 2 Poles originating from Ukraine. The April Agreement, more often remembered as the Piłsudski-Petlura Pact, was severely criticized from the outset, both by Poles and Ukrainians. National Democrats protested against the alliance, but the agreement had even more opponents among Ukrainian politicians. The Galicians treated it as a betrayal and a renunciation of the idea of it. But the Ukrainian also attacked it for capitulating to Polish demands. It should be noted, however, that the concluded agreement, although undoubtedly asymmetrical, reflected the real balance of power at the moment. As an excellent Polish historian Piotr Wandycz wrote, the weaker side paid with concessions for the help and support it received. The alliance promised profits to both parties, and surely for the directory it was probably the last chance to return to its own directory and save the independence of the URL. Ukrainian historiography, very critical in recent years, seems to be starting to notice this aspect. The Polish-Ukrainian military cooperation began even before the formal alliance was concluded. From the beginning of 1920, Ukrainian units were being formed in the areas controlled by Poles. In May of 1920, the combined Ukrainian forces numbered around 12,000 men. It was not a contingent that could decide the fate of a campaign, but every division counted in the clash with the Bolsheviks, and this political aspect was very significant. Piłsudski was very keen that the planned offensive in Ukraine should win the support of the local population, and that, secondly, the West should not perceive it as an imperial scramble or struggle, as presented by the propaganda. The alliance with the Ukrainian People's Republic was the last asset the commander-in-chief needed to join the showdown with Red Russia. At the end of April 2020, Polish-Ukrainian troops struck towards Kiev, and it should be said that the first phase of the operation ended with a brilliant, quick success, so capturing the Ukrainian capital. As for the intentions of Polish policy, they were very well reflected in an order issued on May 8, 1920 by the Polish High Command. The document stressed that the Poles had no intentions of annexation and that the occupation of Ukraine must be settled not in years, but in months. The local Polish population must be openly informed of this in order to cure them or rid them of any illusions. Polish commanders were instructed in this regard to clearly indicate the Ukrainian character of the authorities being installed in the liberated territories. In practice, these guidelines were not always followed. In Kiev, Polish troops behaved very well, but in the province, it wasn't always the case. The commander-in-chief became furious with that, and he wrote to Minister of Sosnowski of Military Affairs. He wrote, "It's impossible to fight these bastards," but that was on the margin. The fate of the Polish-Ukrainian expedition turned after only a few weeks. The capture of Kiev turned out not to be of secondary importance in view of the failure to achieve the strategic goal of destroying the main Soviet forces in Ukraine. The Soviets withdrew to the east of the Dnieper River without serious losses, only to launch an effective counterattack. This forced the Allies to evacuate the Ukrainian capital and to begin a retreat to the west. In the second half of June, the Polish and Ukrainian troops were pushed back more or less to the line from which the Kiev offensive had been launched. It is often claimed that one of the reasons for the failure of the Allied campaign was a lack of mass support from the local population. Yes and no, it might be said. During the first stage of the operation, peasant uprisings played a major role. They began to break out on the back of the Red Army. They facilitated the march of the Polish-Ukrainian troops. Generally, however, speaking, the Ukrainian countryside, exhausted by the marches of successive armies, waited for the final outcome of the clash. A certain role was probably played by the fear that Piłsudski's and Petura's armies would be accompanied by the return of Polish lords, landowners whose estates had been looted during the revolution. Such scare was very skillfully used by Bolshevik propaganda, and here we see a very typical propaganda posters from that period. The most important thing, however, was that the Ukrainian government ran out of time to mobilize in the occupied areas. Despite the change of the situation, the allied Ukrainian forces continued to fight alongside the Poles. They systematically withdrew together with them from subsequent areas of Volhynia and Podolia, and undertook defensive actions in eastern Galicia, and they suffered major loss. Beautiful card was played by the fight during the battles to hold the Dniester line. The attitude and the behavior of the 6th Division under the command of Colonel Marek Bezruczka is still remembered today. These units took part in stopping the famous Semyon Budyonny's horse army, which was coming to the relief of the Soviet troops. It was one of the turning points of the 1920 campaign, and in the Ukrainian literature we hear about the miracle at Zamość, which was deliberately passed over in silence by the Polish side. The catalogue of Ukrainian claims there is this betrayal in Riga. It should be admitted that the accusation of betrayal leveled against Poland is to a large, or to some extent, justified. After the turn that took place on the outskirts of Warsaw and was sealed by the Battle of Nieman upon Nieman, the government of the Russian Federation hoped that the Polish ally would continue military operations. To date, historians still ask whether this was possible. Should peace talks have been undertaken, or should a successful situation at the front have been taken advantage of, and an offensive against the Bolsheviks should have been carried out to the end? Tadeusz Hołówko wrote, "We abandoned, we betrayed Petlura. We betrayed the Ukrainians who faithfully kept our brotherhood during the tragic days, and only 2 weeks of further war and Petlura's troops would have been in Kiev." This is an unverifiable hypothesis. Surely, Piłsudski himself also wrestled with serious doubts. However, he finally came to the conclusion that further military action was not possible. Most of the Polish public opinion demanded peace. The Polish army was too exhausted by a long war campaign. So in this situation, it was decided to sit down at the peace table with the Bolsheviks. And the place of the conference was the capital of Latvia, Riga. Piłsudski expected tough negotiations with the Soviets. However, this was not to be. From July 1920, the political marginalization of the Polish head of state was progressing. It was a paradox that the victorious commander-in-chief was in fact removed from making key decisions concerning peace, while the Marshal was constrained by the position of the Council for State Defense, composed mostly of critics of the Federation program. And it was this body that had a decisive influence on the content of the instructions given to the envoys to the peace talks and on the composition of the delegation itself. During the negotiations, the URL issue was abandoned with surprising ease, recognizing the mandate of the representative of Soviet Ukraine. The Bolshevik delegates blackmailed the Polish interlocutors by putting forward the issue of Eastern Galicia if the latter insisted on defending the interests of Petlura's Ukraine. Adolf Joffe, the chief Soviet negotiator, made it clear: Galician oil is necessary for Poland, but Ukrainian grain is necessary for Russia. That was supposed to be the pact. On October 12, 1920, a preliminary peace treaty was signed in Riga and entered into force 3 weeks later after the exchange of ratification documents. The agreement obliged the Polish army to withdraw to the previously established borderline. The territory of the Republic of Poland had to be managed by its eastern allies, the army of Russian Federation and Belarusian formation. The Ukrainian army withdrew to Podolia in the region of Kamieniec-Podolski, and it is from here that the last attempt was supposed to be at an offensive against the Bolsheviks was to be made. However, the Red Army was too big for them. The Bolsheviks preempted the Ukrainian preparations by striking at the URL troops concentrating in Podolia, and after several days of fighting, the Ukrainians were forced to retreat to the western bank of the Zbruch river. On Polish territory, their units were disarmed and interned. The final peace, signed in Riga in March 1921, sealed the partition of Ukrainian lands between Poland and the Soviet state, dispelling Ukrainian dreams of independence. Nevertheless, it should be said that the strength of the Ukrainian national movement that emerged during the revolutionary years forced Bolsheviks to maintain a separate Soviet republic with Kharkov as its capital. In the 1920s, some Ukrainians were to pin their hopes on this, taking as good coin the beginning of the course of so-called Koreanization. In Poland, a large part of the population, war-weary and satisfied with territorial gains, welcomed the Treaty of Riga. However, it was Piłsudski's personal defeat. His great political plan collapsed, and the head of state, despite his military success, failed to ensure permanent security for Poland. It is no coincidence that the latest thorough monograph of the Polish Bolshevik War is entitled, by Professor Chwalba, is titled The Lost Victory. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for this interesting introduction and this attempt to discuss some political reconstruction of Eastern Europe in 1920 and 1921. Thank you also for showing in your presentation or alluding in your presentation to the title of this conference. So if you look at this presentation, we also have you have been discussing this dispersed heritage, and you were demonstrating, showing documents from so-called Belvedere archive, which only survived because of the fact that they were transported over the pond, and they are to date stored in the Institute of Józef Piłsudski in New York. Thank you, Professor. And now let me invite the next speaker, next professor, Professor Vladislav Verstyuk, representing Institute of History of Ukraine of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And Professor will be speaking about the politics of the Triple Entente towards Ukraine in 1917-1921. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this great conference. If we speak about the history, so the 20th century is called the century of wars and revolutions, and indeed there were many of them: the First World War, the Second World War, and tens of revolutions. I'm not sure what the 21st century is going to be, which I'm not sure how it is going to be called when it is finished. We again have a war, the war which is now even beyond the borders of Ukraine. And the entire world is under the war, and we not coincidentally have been starting this conference from the discussion on the events taking place 100 years ago. 100 years passed, and the history did not teach us, and we did not learn our lessons. I'm not sure what the story is going to be further in the future, as we believe that the history is a teacher of life, but this is a sad lesson. And let me appreciate Professor Bruski for this wonderful speech, and you were telling partially also about the things I am going to discuss as well. Madam Ola Hnatyuk wants to join us as well, but she cannot join us. And my title of my speech is The Politics of the Triple Entente Towards Ukraine in 1917-1921. So this is the period after the end of the First World War. And so this is also the period right after the war, and this is when the politics of the Triple Entente towards Ukraine can be divided into three periods. The first one, it is the summer of 1917, February 2018, when the Bolshevik revolution and the collapse of the temporary government forced the Triple Entente to find some sound forces to be able to continue fights in the Eastern Front and to allow the enemies to transport their troops. And the next period, this is the October 1918 and February 1919, and also new regulations and the transformation of the political blockage, but particularly of the eastern and central part of Europe, and also the willingness to stop the outbreak of the communist idea in Russia, which was a call for the entire world. And the third period, this is from January 1919, and it is related with the peace conference in Paris. This is when the new Versailles peace was based on in terms of this political space, and this is also the time when the League of the Nations was established. Also, the voice of Ukraine could have been heard, and Ukraine attempted to enter the League of Nations, but none of these periods was successful for Ukraine. And anyway, the situation was developing more favorably for other parties. Most frequently it was Russia, and Ukraine was abused. It was not treated as an independent entity. It had also negative consequences not only for Ukraine but also for the entire world. Understanding of this was too late, and as I have already mentioned, Ukraine is in another tragedy, and it is another attempt to challenge its subjectness, and the current world situation is different now, and we have the support, international support. Probably this is also the consequence of that the previous events are now more aware, and these events will be also discussed later today. Unfortunately, I do not have enough time to analyze all these three periods, but let me start from the period number one, from the first period. It is worth mentioning that in all the situations which were important for Ukraine, it was relationships with allies and Entente countries, and through these relationships with France was shaping its vision of Ukraine, but not coincidentally, France currently is also bilateral interest, and President Macron claims that President Putin needs to be protected, which is quite surprising to us. Nevertheless, it is also a kind of traditional French policy. If we speak about 1917, the political elite of Ukraine was trying to keep dialogue, to maintain dialogue with temporary government, and it was trying to convince it that the Ukrainian nation has right of autonomy within the federation, and the matter of the nationality, that was one of the matters which brought to the February Revolution. And the temporary office was removing those attempts, and there was some opposition, there was some reluctancy, and it was also the case. That was also the case in the eastern front of the Russian army, and this fight was quite heavy. And this result was achieved, and clearly that was the time when Ukraine, for the very first time, became a part of interest of Entente, and the first information from Moscow to Ukraine was based on the negative assessment and the Russian press. German element is interested to push Ukraine towards the movement, and the Germans were hoping to decompose Russia, and was represented by Gruszewski, the chief of the council. who only shortly was identified by Austrian to be professor in Lviv, not openly, but with some negative notes. There was a second universal, the Central Council from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France, L'Automne newspaper, and this newspaper was saying that it was indifferent for France what were the actions of Ukrainians, as they were only interested what benefit is going to achieve our enemy. It is the mood was quite negative. In July 1919 in Petersburg, a new ambassador of French Nuance came, and he replaced the old parliament member, the previous ambassador, and he was against those tendencies I was speaking about. He was against the Ukrainian autonomy, and in the meeting with the Secretary General Shulgin, late August, he was recommending not to complicate to the council with the government, and the position of France was based on those convictions that whatever separatism signs appear will limit the Ukrainian fighting abilities, and in the war condition that was a very important role. And before the Bolshevik Revolution in November 1917, the contacts of representatives of Entente with Ukraine were very few and did not mean changes in relationships. Like Padission, the very well-known French journalist, a person sent by Nuance, carried out a large number, gathered a lot of information, also informed the ambassador that Ukrainians were not separatists, but the ambassador ignored that initiative. That was clear that the Entente countries did not believe that support integral territory would be necessary, and they wanted to reconstruct the Polish state, but they did not have the good imagination on its eastern borders. The national interests were more important, and the Russian pressure was only believed to be the internal issue of Russia. According to England and France, Ukraine was to be a democratic state, and in Russia they were to achieve cultural autonomy. After collapse of the temporary government in St. Petersburg and the crisis in Russia, the Central Council was forced to declare Ukrainian People's Republic, and it was immediately interesting to the Entente states that generated interest in Ukrainian state. And this vibrant Russian state seemed to be quite a good island where the government was quite stable, and after proclamation of the Ukrainian People's Republic, and after not accepting of the Bolshevik Council, the Central Council of Ukraine started to operate independently, and Shulgin was informing the Entente states that the Secretary General was full with the government of Ukraine, and that created the hope for continuation in the Eastern Front. But there were also massive abandoning of the troops, particularly in the summer, as for the fighting abilities. and proclaiming of the Central Council of the Ukrainian People's Republic created some hopes that at least in the southeastern front, and close to Romanian border, we will be able to achieve some kind of fighting abilities. And Ambassador Nuland proposed to the Ukrainian state alone and purchase of the military equipment. Unfortunately, that was only promise, and the Central Council and the General Secretariat indeed tried to maintain the fighting ability of the front, and they connected the Romanian and southeastern front into one Ukrainian front. But anarchy was so much advanced that the Bolsheviks in early November started to occupy the headquarters of the commander-in-chief in Mosolev, and the commander-in-chief was killed by the Bolshevik army, and indeed it brought to the full loss of the fighting skills. And in these conditions, Ukraine proclaimed fight for general peace. So Ukrainians were not proposing negotiations, separatist negotiations, but they were appealing to all parties to start negotiations and to stop the war with some kind of peace, with no annexation and no contributions. Unfortunately, the continuation of war, the same as the mission of completion of the war, was too difficult for the Ukrainian diplomacy, as the world processes were conducted by powerful forces, and this initiative, this is sound initiative seemingly, created no trust in the Entente states and the United States of America, which were attempting to complete the war. Representatives of Entente were more than careful towards the People's Republic of Ukraine, and the head of the French military mission in Romania, Mr. Bartin, was informing Paris about the need to send French mission to Kiev, which would contact the Ukrainian government, as Russia had no government, there was anarchy. And in Ukraine, as I said before, it was quite peacefully, and he also requested to limit those anti-German activities, and in any case, no peace discussions were to be started. As for Entente state, it was important to maintain the Eastern Front, but for the Ukrainian government, which was not able to continue the main priority was to be acclaimed by the Entente state. But the French government, which also was afraid that non-Bolshevik Russian government, non-existing at that time, they were afraid that they would be claimed to support separatism, and the French government was quite careful. After the headquarters were occupied, some missions came to Kiev, and there were no declarations made by them. And on the 6th of December, the head of the French military mission in Petersburg, Mr. Michel, informed the head of the Minister of War that we should support Ukrainian government, but official acclamation is too early, and the tactics of the Ukrainian government will not allow us to know how this government is going to behave in the future. And due to this fact, on the 5th of December, according to the old calendar, 18th of December, according to the Gregorian calendar, on the request of the French government, with a special note, started relationships of France and Ukraine, and also, as Mr. Nuland's promised to help. And also the English government started to be interested in the situation in Ukraine, and on the 23rd of December 1917 in Paris there was organized a French-British conference on Ukraine, and this conference demonstrated that neither British nor French governments successfully knew the situation in Ukraine, and they were not able to assess the situation. So the conference decided to help Ukraine, but not to acclaim the government in terms of law. And during the conference, there were also signed a secret French-British treaty on division of zone of influence in the south of Russia. And the territory was divided into the English section and the French section. Don Caucasus and Caucasia, all these lands were assigned to the English zone, and Ukraine, Bessarabia, Crimea were part of the French zone of interest. Based on the decision of the French government, General Tableau was assigned commissioner in the Secretary of Ukraine, and after that he also presented his diplomatic notes to Mr. Vlochenko, who was the head of the Ukrainian government at that time. And during this celebration, this event, he was saying, I can guarantee that France, making this gesture, is supporting morally and materially all attempts made by the Republic of Ukraine to take the path, and they were aware of their obligations and also the rights in terms of democracy and the world. That this is the end of the quote, and we can say that the French government officially acclaimed the Ukrainian government, but that was not completed legally. And this is the time when the first Russian-Ukrainian war started, declared by the Bolsheviks, and this is also when separation talks started with the states of four allies in Brest. That was also the time where some telephone calls were made to the Central Council of Ukraine to say that if you are not going to participate in those talks, Germans and Bolsheviks will sign the contracts without yourself, and you will deprive yourself of the political life if you are not visible to anyone. This forced the Ukrainians to involve into the matters of signing of the peace treaty, and this is what Vinichenko said. It was not our initiatives. We had to start doing things to avoid a scandal that took place when the discussions started with the headquarters of Germans. The General Secretariat in the next document declared on the 11th of December, when they mentioned that they would be willing to participate in the peace discussions in Brest and to participate in in these events, and that took place as a part of international conference. Obviously, representatives of German diplomacy were very happy as they could use the Ukrainian delegation to fight against the Russian delegation, and for them it was all very important, and they wanted to use this opportunity to use Ukraine in their relationships with the Entente states. This brought to the fact that on the 9th of February in Brest there was signed a peace treaty between Ukraine and the four allies, and until then the Entente politicians were attempting to stop the discussions, and they were hoping that it would not go any farther. But after the signing of the treaty, that also changed their relationship with the Ukrainian government. And the French diplomacy changed its policy, and a week later, after the 9th of February, the relationships with Ukraine were broken, and there was a long pause which continued until the autumn of 1918, when the second phase, the second period of relationship of Entente and Ukraine started. That's the period I mentioned before. And let me finish at this point. Thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, let me once again say a couple of words. Thank you, Professor Verstyuk, and both professors, thank you for this very interesting historical introduction, which I believe is going to give us some kind of historical background on what we are going to talk in the second session today. And we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We managed to do that, and now we should have a discussion. But as I mentioned before, at the very beginning of my speech, we have a little change to the agenda, and now we will have this visit to this new facility of the National Archive. As we have a little bit more time, we will take two groups. Group one will be English-speaking group, so all our international guests are invited, and I believe that our staff members will show you all those technical novelties we have available, and they will be also telling you about construction of this building, as we also had some problems at that time. We will also have a Polish-speaking group with Polish participants. If there are any participants, Polish-speaking participants who have not been to the facility, you are also invited. Anya and the director will control the traffic, as we have this change in the agenda. So this after the session 2, we will have a general discussion. This will be the discussion to summarize day 1 of the conference. At this point in time, I will terminate this broadcasting, and those of you who are with us online, we have quite large number of people online, more than 200 participants, and also quite many of participants from abroad. This is like 50-50, so I believe that all of you watching us are interested in what we are talking, and hopefully that these two lectures were interesting for you. And those of you who are online, please be back with us at 12:10. So thank you to our guests online.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break to second session. This is a special session dedicated to Ukrainian archives. As you have noticed already today, we are talking a lot about Ukraine, which is not unfounded. When we were creating the program of this conference as the organizers with the main leading topics, we did not expect, nor did anyone in the world expect, that the situation would be so drastically changed. Today, the historical opening speeches told us that history likes to repeat itself. Hence, this very important panel at the conference and very important group of our colleagues and friends, historians, archivists from Europe, who will bring closer to us the aspect of displacement and revindication of materials, not only in the historical concept, but we will also learn about the situation in contemporary times. Hence, the presence of this first speaker, we have the head of the State Archival Service of Ukraine, Dr. Anatoly Khromov, who will be the first speaker of this panel, and he will tell us about the tragic, but at the same time, I think very interesting contemporary events, which are very much in line with the topic of our conference. His speech will be devoted to the situation of our Ukrainian archivals in situations of war and the situation that archivists are coping with now in the Ukraine. So, Mr. Director, the floor is yours. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, especially to Polish colleagues, for your support and invitation to participate in the conference, and for the opportunity to share with a broad group of our colleagues from other countries, talk to you about the situation and the challenges that our colleagues from Ukraine are facing in this time when we're talking here. They are under difficult, heavy artillery shooting. But this needs to be said, in my opinion, the threat from Russia is not only towards Ukraine, but towards the entire civilized world. So I'd like to share our experience, largely tragic experience, and I don't wish you to have the necessity to use that experience. I would like to use the form of questions that the archivists, journalists, users of archival information usually ask me as to the situation in Ukraine and the things which are not state secret, which are not confidential, which are made publicly available as for our functioning. So the most important thing, how should it be understood, whether the state did everything to preserve the archives during the war? And the answer to that question, honestly speaking, it is impossible to do everything, especially in conditions of war. The Ukrainian archival system stores 86 million units of archives, separate folders in all of Ukraine, which are dispersed in. These are central archives, which are directly subordinated to state archive services, regional, department, district ones, as well as sectoral ones in certain resource organs, institutions, and so on. There are also documents, local authority documents, which store documents for longer periods of time, referring to salaries, pensions, and other social benefits. The documents related to citizens and these documents should also be preserved and stored. This is the issue of social care. Apart from that, there are private collections which belong to specific individuals. And the perfect ideal situation is such that the state should preserve or favor the preservation of such archives. If we sum up this part, I wanted to say that we already have the experience of the hybrid aggression from 2014. The Ukraine did not manage to preserve anything. Then in 2022 we've done more in this respect, and I will come back to that in more detail later on. What did the Archive Service do at the end of 2021 and the beginning of 2022 when the mass media was already talking about information about possible full-scale war? I wanted to say that in Ukraine, civil regulations were introduced as to what should be done in such situation, but the practice of life is quite different. As an example, let me say that as per our recommendations, the first step that an archive service should do is to pinpoint safe areas in the country where you can evacuate archives from other parts of the country too. And we sent suitable inquiries to the Ministry of Defense for them to send us a list of safe regions. Until the start of the war, we did not receive any answer. From what I understand, such answer was impossible because there actually are no safe regions. In each region, in each district, there are signals, bomb alarm signals. There were strikes and shootings and bomb attacks in every area, and the rockets and missiles travel several thousand kilometers and hit the region. So we do not have safe regions. Now we received a list of conditionally safe areas, which are dangerous yet at the same time. So now we will use an updated information. We also need to realize that during this war, the communication pathways, which were supposed to serve as the most important evacuation routes, have become dangerous both for people as well as for evacuated documents. The Russian army did not do this in stages in the first months. It just traveled very quickly through this communication and transport arteries and tried to change the Ukrainian law and tried to rule in Ukraine. So we've evacuated specific resources in archives in points in a regime of communication, reserved communication, restricted communication, and contacted suitable heads of administration. We referred dates and place of transportation of such archives. What we do not share publicly what we have transported and where, because this is related to the issue of safety, both of the documents and the people who have handled such documents. Documents were evacuated or have been evacuated from the Lugansk and Donetsk region, Luhansk and Donetsk regions, which were under control of Ukraine before 2022. So those places which were at most risk. In other regions, we told the heads of archives to stop receiving readers, researchers in the reading rooms, to close the archives and to move all the documents to depositories, to warehouses. Practice tells us that typical buildings and archive rooms are robust enough. And despite damages from the outside to the structures, like in Kharkov or in Mykolaiv, the documents, as of now, have remained intact, and we hope that this practice will remain the same in the future. It should also be said that it is difficult to conduct all these processes for evacuation because for many years after the Soviet Union there was a system of directing archives. In the state service, the archives are subordinated. There are only 9 regional archives, and the central ones and the archive regional ones are within the power of the executive force. We've introduced a new draft law which was supposed to create a centralized unit of state archives, starting with the regional smallest one up to the Kiev one, the largest one. But war has struck, and the situation without this unit of state archives, as opposed to what we have in Poland and as opposed to what we should have in a normal country. How did our staff work in the first days of the war, when the danger became reality? Our archivists were prepared and were very effective in the first days. This small part, less than 1% of confidential documents which are stored and which pertain to a state secret of the Ukrainian country, as per rules and suitable mode. If there is risk of occupation, they need to be damaged, and that is what has been done to them. The loss of such documents is most critical. As per various conventions in times of occupation, historical documents which are heritage, the occupying state maintains responsibility for storing such documents, although we have no illusion as to whether Russia will follow any regulations of any conventions. How many archives are currently under occupation after 24th of February? It's difficult to say right now, because some archives are in the so-called gray zone, which is not controlled neither by the occupying military nor by the Ukrainian military, to be able to say, to count the losses or the presence or lack of documents on site, whether they have been stolen or not. Out of relatively large archives, we do not control the Kherson archive and other regional archives. So compared to the state as of 24th February, we can say we have loss of control the 1-2% of archival documents. That is as of today, information that we have as of today. An important question: what happens with those colleagues who have not managed to evacuate themselves on time and who remain in the occupied area? They remain with the documents, and they maintain the documents, they store them even in times of occupation. At the same time, they do not cooperate with Russia. I know of no case of collaboration with Ukrainian archivists with the occupation or rulers of temporary occupied areas. For me, this is important, and I know what threats are brought about in these places. It is important to stress that until Russia has some specified position as to new occupied archives, the situation is different than in 2014, when it happened during the occupation of Crimea, because in 2014, together with the Russian military in the Crimea Peninsula, and there was a group of archives from the Russian state, and those employees were supposed to prepare for the annexation and theft of Ukrainian archives. Russia has robbed our archives in Sevastopol, in Crimea, with infringement of any rules and regulations internationally, especially without the expert opinion of or valuation. They deemed that these documents are the heritage, the cultural heritage of Russia, even those which pertain to the sovereignty of Ukraine until 2014. So in fact, there was no revision of documents, only through a fake document. Some of the resources, the national Ukrainian resources, were appended to the state resources of the Russian Federation. What exactly does the occupying state do with the stolen documents? What happens with the stolen documents? I would like to say that all documents, especially those which are not needed, but specific documents used in propaganda, is subordinate to the president of the Russian Federation directly, and the chairperson of Rosarchivum participates in the TV propaganda where he selects specific documents, confirms a pseudo-historical myths that Ukraine has never existed, that it emerged as a result of Lenin's work, whereas we know that there have been many problems with access to documents, not only of international researchers, but also that they are stealing our archives, our resources, and are ineffective, they are using them. But separately, on a separate note, I would like to stress the issue of KGB archives, which are open. As for our archives, they are open, and that is unprecedented. When we talk about the post-Soviet space, 1917 until this period, the same documents, the same copies in the Russian archives are state secret of the Russian Federation. Therefore, these documents are valuable in the historical sphere, but also in their practical aspect. Because the system and approach of special services of Russia is that they copy the model after the Soviet activities. So knowledge about the methods of the KGB is very important for the contemporary historical period in order to analyze the planning of special operations, logistic operations, and other events. I would also like to stress and mention what has been lost. For example, after the shooting in Russia during the first years of war, over 10,000 archival have been burned. These are documents which have been stored in the archive, security archive in this region, so the entire region will not be able to track their history from the Soviet path. The same was in the Kherson air district, where one employee archives was destroyed. 30-40 people will not be able to confirm their job seniority in different organizations, so these people will have a problem as for their pensions and recalculation of pensions, because they will not receive documentation confirming their job seniority. For example, similar situations are in Mariupol and in other cities. We don't know, we don't have precise information as to the fate of documents and archives in those places. Why is this important? Because unfortunately, quite recently, Ukraine started joining the digitization process, the digital transformation of the information. As for big volumes of archive documents. When I say before the war, I mean before this year's war in 2021. The archives have sped up their work on digitization. We also have an experience of cooperating with organizations from Czechia, from Israel, support Ukraine in the digitization process. But now, up to 5% of documents have digital copies. Let me remind you that Ukraine is a huge country with a vast documentation. The tragedy is in the fact that those documents which have been lost are mostly without digital copies, so they have been lost forever. Even in these conditions, however, we are trying to make our documents available. We have presented one portal of access to digitize archives. The big support here is the experience of our colleagues from Poland. This is a window of access to digitized archives. We've created a similar product based on the software, which includes archives from three documents from 3 archives, and 35 archives are planned to be attached to that within one access portal. What is important also is our projects related to private person, natural persons, and legal persons who operate in this respect. We're talking about organizations which legitimize archival services and their activities in the Lugansk and Donetsk republics, so quasi creations of the Russian Federation, together with other ministries. All the management of those archival services are being added to the list of sanctions, and then this information through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is handed over to our partners, including that list which contains also officials from Russia or organizations that invite archivists from those regions to various joint projects, meetings, and conferences. Apart from that, I would like to thank for the international support. Many colleagues have joined this effort when the Archival Council stated that it will no longer cooperate with representatives of Belarus, which is an intermediary in Russia's aggression on Ukraine. Among those organizations, like we have in the resolution, there will be in place until signing a peace treaty. Also, we have stopped cooperation based on agreements signed between Ukraine and Belarus. When we're talking about archival cooperation, we have no scope or no area for cooperation here. We are also turning to you with the same appeal. If you have such agreements on cooperation which are active but which do not have a practical background, I would like to appeal to you to stop cooperation with organizations with archives from the Belarus Republic. Apart from that, I would also like to say that the situation is very, very difficult. Many of our archivists staff is abroad. About 1/3 of our colleagues are in other regions, further from the regions and cities where the battle takes place, and 1/3 is doing all the work on their own. If we're talking about the financial aspect, the financing has decreased because the most support is needed by our armed forces, and on all social issues related to internally displaced people, refugees, all those issues have priority right now. And we also have a problem with free space in archives. Even for evacuation, it's very hard to expect that a large archive from the entire Ukraine can be transported to the west of Ukraine, for example, because mostly these deposits are full and we're lacking space. At the same time, before the war, we started building a modern underground depository in Kiev, and in our the structure of the main building, but we've stopped it for now, and the organization which is supposed to safeguard this opened a special bank account, especially in also in foreign currency, and various organizations and natural persons can pay donations and support financially on behalf of themselves or others. This financial support is to add on the depositories to which we will be able to evacuate the most valuable collections. I know that the registration of the bank account has finished today, and we will inform you about this on our official website of our organization and through other official sources. I would like to thank everyone, all institutions, archive institutions, researchers, except the kids of our employees who support us materially, for example, delivering devices for storing restoring and storing documents. So I would like to thank archivists. And with that, I wanted to finish my speech. So, Slava Ukraine.
So thank you very much for this information from the battlefield. So this is a very difficult time for the Ukrainian archives, and we all know, as we are a group of archivists and Polish state archives, as much as they can, from the very beginning of the war, have been attempting to support our friends and colleagues, and we will continue doing this. We'll go on with this, and this is the need. And as the director mentioned, this international solidarity is particularly important in this difficult time. And hopefully this difficult time will become history as soon as possible. And now let's stay with Ukrainian archives, but this is all going to be a little bit different perspective presented by Madam Irina Matiasz, representing Ukrainian National Academy of Sciences, and she's also with us in Warsaw, and Warsaw Center for East European Studies, University of Warsaw. Madam Professor, please join me here on the stage on Ukrainian archives from the perspective of today and tomorrow. Good afternoon, we are from Ukraine, and this question has become idiomatic. Dear friends, first of all, let me say thank you to Poland for this unprecedented support and help you have been providing to Ukrainians in their fight during the war of Russia against our country and against the whole world democracy. And let me devote my presentation to the memory of Madam Professor Daria Nałęcz. And that persona, that character, a very smart, intelligent person, she has been working on a large number of important projects on cooperation between Poland and Ukraine in archives. And my presentation, Ukrainian archives, the challenges of yesterday and today. Obviously, we need to answer the question, what for us is yesterday and what is today? We all woke up on the 24th of February 2022 in Kiev, hearing the sounds of rockets exploding, and we realized that today was different. So for Ukrainian archivers, the same as from archivers from other parts of the world, now, today and yesterday are totally different. Russian aggression on Ukraine challenged the values of the democratic world, and declaring as a goal of the war, which in fact has been called a special operation. So the goal was denazification and the liberating of Russian-speaking citizens from Bandera people. The Russians began the total destruction of Ukrainian cities and villages, civilians, the genocide of the Ukrainian people. And the civilized world is aware of the destruction of the Ukrainian identity as one of the goals of the Russians' military invasion of Ukraine. So in particular, I'd like to say thank you to the civilized world for their understanding of what has been happening in the fight of Ukraine against Ukraine. And Ukrainian history and culture became the object of the racist attack. They deliberately directed devastating blows against the institutions of memory, museums, libraries, archives, etc. And already in the first days of the war, Russian missiles burned down the history and local lore museum in the town of Ivankov with painting by Maria Primachenko, the National Museum of Hryhorij Skovoroda in the village of Skovorodinka in the Kharkiv region, and also the archives of the SBU in Kharkiv region and Chernihiv region, which has already been mentioned. In the temporary occupied cities, the racist Russians began a total looting of cultural property and the seizure of publications of the history and culture of Ukraine from libraries. In the hands of the occupiers were museum values of Mariupol, documents of the state archives of Kherson region suffered damage during the shelling by Russian troops, and also many other buildings of culture. So all these things demonstrate how much the aggressor wants to destroy the Ukrainian culture. All this started in 2014. The Ukrainian this hybrid war has continued for 8 years, and so Ukrainian archives as institutions of memory were extremely important for the aggressors, whose ideologists actively sought to substantiate their anti-scientific theories to deny the right of Ukrainians to their own history. And I think you know from the internet that there were developed a list of historians and books which were necessary to be destroyed, as Ukraine has no right, according to racists, to our own history, and with simplified procedures and violating international law and also the Russian legislation. The archives of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, some non-evacuated documents of the state archives of Donetsk and Lugansk regions became part of the archives of Russia. And so Russia declared these documents as Russian documents, confirming their own history. and also the archivists were behaving totally in an unacceptable way, and the archivists from the Lugansk region were fighting to provide help to those documents, and answers to these challenges were not found until 24th of February 2022. There was a different division between yesterday and today for the Ukrainian archives. Its limit can be considered 1991, the time of restoration of independence after almost 70 years of Ukraine's membership in the Soviet Union. To this end, in the early 1990s, Ukrainian archivists faced challenges related to the need to develop new archival legislation and create a system of archival institutions of sovereign state, organized training and scientific support of the archival industry, provide IT equipment to the archives, and prepare a new generation of staff, organization of defining Ukrainian establishment of international relationships to ensure preservation of the national archival heritage. The key challenge is the legal settlement of the new social relations in the archival sphere was the problem of succession of the state archival fund of the former USSR. It was fundamentally important to introduce the name of the national archival holdings of Ukraine, as Soviet ideologies carefully erased the notion of the national from the cultural landscape of the Union republics as a sign of their desire for independence, and tried to dissolve national cultures into amorphous Soviet cultures. Russian archives as a part of so-called Russian archives is a part of so-called Prague archive donated to the Soviet Union in December 1945 by the Czechoslovak government on the occasion on the 220th anniversary of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and deposited in January 1946 in the Central State Archive of the October Revolution. In the independent Ukraine, the concept of the national archival holdings as an integral category of culture and law was enshrined in the law of Ukraine on the National Archival Fund of Holdings and Archival Institutions of Ukraine. And Konstantin Nowochatsky has done a lot, and that the national holding is a part of the Ukrainian and the world's historical and cultural heritage. And currently, we have been continuing this traditional understanding of the national archival holding. Together with this notion, there was also a problem of legal succession of a huge mega complex of the Soviet Union archives, and Russia continued their division. The issue of division of the Soviet Union archives was formally normalized by the agreement on succession of the state archives of the former Soviet Union of 6th of July 1992, which was to be the basis for long-term cooperation to resolve all issues of division and return all archival documents, which in fact were important for both parties. According to this document, sovereign states, based on the principles of integrity and indivisibility of archival funds, renounced mutual claims to the right to own holdings formed as a result of higher state structures of previous states and the USSR. And the state confirmed recognition of the transfer to their jurisdiction of the state archives and other archives at the union level of the former Soviet Union, and Article 9 of the agreement, according to which all decisions on archives were to be made outside the competence of archival services at interstate level, was a key importance. However, this document was not ratified as it was not resolved due to the position of the Russian side and the issue of common archival heritage. But this matter was discussed in numerous conferences, and as you know, the concept of common archival heritage implies that the disputed group of archival documents must be physically stored in one of the countries concerned as a part of the national archival heritage, and states sharing such common archival heritage receive equal rights with the owner to use and manage it. The problems of the common archival heritage of the post-Soviet countries were considered at the General Eurasian conferences, but remained unresolved due to lack of ratification by the relevant parliaments of agreements on succession of the state archives of the former Soviet Union. That was in 1992. In December 2001, a new version of the sectoral law was adopted. Since then, until January 2020, the text of the law has been amended 11 times, the most significant of which are related to the legacy of a totalitarian regime and access to archival information. At the legislative level, the State Archive Services of Ukraine responded to the challenges of access to archives formed by the desire of the Society of Independent Ukraine to discover all the crimes of the Soviet regime and the active introduction to new methodologies. Amendments to the law adopted by the Verkhovna Rada in 2015 provided for the transfer of archival documents of repressive bodies for storage in the sectoral state archives of Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance. The relevant law of Ukraine on access to the archives on the repressive bodies of the communist totalitarian regime from 1917 to 1991 of 9th of April 2015 stated the right of every person to receive objective information about the history of their country, and stressed that the closed archives became one of the preconditions for the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and the military conflict in Donetsk and Lugansk regions. And continuing, let me just repeat the idea of our head that the archive is the most open archive and the most open institution worldwide. Also, the Article 5 guaranteed the users the access to the information, and that was also required to publish this information. Only we simplified as much as possible the procedures, and also the selection of information was freely provided to people, and also the information was archived as secret, confidential, or open. And that was also required to develop a new sectoral act of law which would fully meet the requirements of the modern times, and streamlining the system of archival institutions constituted also constituted by the relevant law was also a multi-phase challenge for archives. The first aspect was the need to abandon the Soviet practice of coexistence of state and private archives. In October 1991, the Central State Archive of Public Associations of Ukraine was established on the basis of the archives of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine. Multipartyism was introduced to replace monopartyism and independence of Ukraine. So it was not only, thus the task was not only to preserve the holdings of the party and the Komsomol accumulated in the Communist Party archives, but also to reveal the public truth about the activities. According to the resolution of the Presidium of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine of the 9th of September 1991, some categories of documents of the former KGB of the Soviet Union were transferred to the state preservation, including archival cases of repressed and so-called filtering cases of victims of the Nazi persecution. Some of the KGB documents were accepted into the newly created archive, but the transfer process was stopped. The main documentary array of Soviet special services was concentrated in the branch state archives of the Security Service of Ukraine. And also the reorganization of the large departmental archives into sectoral state archives was the second aspect of this challenge in 1990s. The established branch state archives of the Security Service of Ukraine, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and others received the right to permanent storage of documents, and these institutions remained in subdivisions of relevant state bodies, and in this trip today, I have been thinking that each director would be happy if they have conditions as these conditions here, and the state archives have quite many branches, and this limits their activity as the archivist institution. The third aspect of the challenge of forming an archival system was identified by the new directions of replenishments of archives. The first decade of the 20th century in the development of archival affairs in Ukraine was marked by the intensification of the discovery or archival Ukrainian and the development of the concept of storage of electronic documents. In May 2007, in accordance with the order of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, the Central State Electronic Archive of Ukraine was established, and also the State Foreign Archive, ensuring the preservation of written historical and cultural heritage of foreign Ukrainians and Ukrainian communities. We also have been talking about the fact that it is was not fully successful. I'm not sure how much time I have, but I would like also to shed light on two challenges, important challenges. One is development of the staff until 1991. We had only specialized experts who had experts education completed, and we needed to develop archivists in different university faculties, and we created a scientific institute where I was working as a manager, and over time this institution was closed down, and the doctoral studies were also suspended. And as for myself, this activity not fully is as it should be. This is my personal opinion. As there is another challenge, or a group of challenges. It is about development of some kind of infrastructure, information management, and also new technologies are a kind of challenge, and also developing of the IT systems. In early 1990s, we had some attempts to address these challenges, and the first concepts of digitization of archives were carried out by Madame Dubrovina, and all the plans and answers which were destroyed when the war started. In 2002, we also were talking about potential threat and the need of reorganizing of the system, but we did not take into account the war, as nobody at that time was able to imagine that this terrible war would start, and creating separate holdings in Ukrainian archives to collect those achievements and also the facts made by aggressor, and the digitization of the holdings is also planned. We also want to reorganize some activities to store proofs of the Soviet policy, which was intended to destroy the national identity. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your information. And we believe that all these projects, which very briefly you have been talking about, we have been working together on some of them, and so hopefully the Ukrainian archives will continue these activities. And now let's go to the areas which are very close to ourselves, and the very archive which we have been working with for many years. So this is a Central State Historical Archive in Lviv, and we have with us Olesia Stefanik, the director of this archive, and Madam will have this. We will have not only we will have also some information after the Great War, and the new perspective, the changes. And let me pass the floor, Madam Director Olesia, and we will also have a presentation from you, Madam. Dear Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you in my own name, but also the name of the head of the State Archive in Lviv, and also the archivers in Lviv as the Polish archivers on the very first days of the war, united their efforts, Warsaw, Krakow, Przemyśl, Wrocław, and transferred a huge support. We are very grateful for this. The Great War, and as it is now called the First World War, played an important role for the first half of the first century, and as a result, huge imperies stopped to exist, and new states were created, and those areas of Ukraine which before belonged to Austrian-Hungarian Empire, some of them started to be in Poland, and also large number of management systems were changed, and the Lviv archive not only were transferred from the Austrian to the Polish archiving system, but the operation of the Polish state, this united state archives and unified their activities, and so these holdings are now being developed there, and they also have access to these and the information access. Also, we achieved a huge progress in terms of popularization of holdings and activity in terms of science and professional development of staffs. We also created services and a system of archiving, but we also required some kind of basis, and that was missing in Poland, and there was no act of law on archives, and this activity in terms of holdings and development of archiving documents at that time were regulated acts of law, which were in fact acts. The most important was the decree on organizing of the state archives and on custody of archive documents of the 7th of July 1919. and was defining methodological and legal aspects of operation of archives, particularly the aspects of operation of the Archival Council, and also was defining the activities. In the decree, there was defined the network of state-owned archives, and at the beginning of 1919 there were 9 organizations, 5 in Warsaw. The chief archives, financial archive, the archive of the Ministry of Religion and Education, the State Archive, and archive of new acts, and 4 provincial archives in Lublin, Płock, Lwów. The fact that the Minister of Religion and Education was granted possibilities to develop their activities, it was also the Bernardian archive included. It created some basis to subordinate these to National Archive. And the first aspects about the Bernardian archive were noted in the 17th century, and the new organization of the court also helped to develop this, and also the practical archives of courts were deprived of some of their rights. And on the 27th of December of 1973, the acts of courts were brought to Lviv and were deposited in the library of. So this is why the archive is called the Bernardian. And this was the basis for organizing in 1783 archive, officially called the Emperor's King Royal Archive. And subordinating of this archive in Lviv to the department of the Warsaw Archive, and including this archive to the national network, was first discussed in the appeal to the state archives of the 10th of May 1919, and the subordination was made to the central chamber in Warsaw, and that was the beginning of the archive in Lviv. And development of the state archive was continued until the 1920s. In 1924, it was finished. The first stage was finished to create development of the central system, and the number of archives subordinated to state archives was the largest in the mid-war. And on the 1st April of 2024, there were 21 institutions. Some say 24. 5 of these archives were in Warsaw and also in Lviv and in Cracow, and 2 branches of the state archives. One of these in Gdańsk. In 1926 and 1930, there were 18 archives. Operating of the system of the state archives was strongly related with collection of holdings, and this process also had many difficulties related with lacking or shortages of funds, too little number of employees, and also very difficult economic situation. Also the lacking of facilities. And in the mid-war period, the operation of the archival services in terms of accepting of documents was a problem. And differently from the Krakow archive, we were not accepting documents. In the years 1924, 1927, 17,000 documents were held, but some sources also say that there was 17,000 books, indexes, indices, and volumes, and also pergamene documents and paper documents. This number was about 15% of all the documents from the noble times of the Republic of Poland. It was the second number after the chief archive in Warsaw. And storing of the largest collection from courts, the archive in Lviv played an important role in providing of storage options which were stored in registrations in Galicia. And that process was also part of depositing, and the deposits and institutional belonging can be divided into deposits of cities, towns, villages, deposits of courts, deposits of the National Financial Directorate, and with chronological criterion, with books of Galicia towns from the noble times of Poland, court documents, criminal from the Austrian times, books of zoning, and also those books from the 18th century and so-called Józefińska and Franciszkańska matrices. And with these limitations in terms of accepting of documents, the archives played an important role in providing of services of storage of holdings, and with this aspect of activity we managed to save some pergamene documents and valuable books of cities and towns in Galicia and making them available for use by scientists. And providing of more documents to archives was continued during the war, and many of them were provided by private people and institutions, and also in 1921, with the support of the conservator Mr. Piotrowski, some documents were obtained, archival documents were obtained from Jaworów, 229 paper documents from 1457, 1579, and after long negotiations and achieving of the agreements on 18th May of 1922, the archives received Sangora documents, 110 books on 1480, 1581, and 2 documents on pergaments with stamps and 17826, and 5 paper documents 15, 17, 18, 20. So many examples of this kind could be quoted here. And in the archive in Lviv, we stored documents from 61 communes, towns, and cities in Galicia, and also from Jaworów and Tanta. Majority of the documents deposited in the archive in Lviv, so these are separate holdings of the State Historical Archive of Ukraine in Lviv. And the input of employees for many years was not changed, and in 1919 there was also discussed the aspect of inclusion of this archive, and so we have a director, adjunct, Antoni Plochaszka and Helena Polaczkówna, 2 applicants, Antoni Nowak, Roman Mucha, and also archivist Jan Lekki. Following years it was extended the nomenclature of obligatory positions in the state archives and archival institution. In 1924, there was the position of the chief director of archives, and custody, archivist, and also assistant. Majority of these positions were not changed until the in-between wars period. In December 1933, the chief director of the State Archive was changed to director of archive. And so the managers of the archive created the prestige of the archive, and the list of works was defined in the instruction of obligations of archivists, and it was sent to the archive in February 1919. And according to this instruction, the archivists were also responsible not only for putting order to these documents and creating of but also developing of publications. In 1933, after the death of Oswald Brichter, the Landsarchive, which he managed until that time, was included in the archive of the city of Lviv, and its holdings were 500,000 of archival units and 132 inventories, which were 9,000 meters of shelves. And before the beginning of the Second World War, the archive in Lviv was believed to be one of the largest archives in Poland. The municipal archive, which was established in 1871 as a separate institution, continued its operation after the Great War, and it was managed by Alexander Czołowski. He worked very extensively. He collected a lot of documents. He also was preserving documents, and it allowed the city to open some couple of museums. And the great archaeographer Czołowski opened the door of archives for the scientists, but the old traditional forms were preserved in terms of putting order. And Wadecki, from the very beginning, was supporting the idea of inventory taking and systematization. This is what he started doing during the Great War in 1915-17, and after that he became the director of the archive and two museums, and Czołowski was at that time brought as a hostile to Russia. After the war, the archive structure was created, the old archive and the new archive was started. And the division year was 1877. That's the year when the division was made. And the first stage, so these are programming documents, and the second branch, it is holdings on after the division period, after the division of partition of Poland, and no building was developed for the archive, and all those holdings were held in different buildings, like the Bernardin's Conventory, and also in public administration buildings from the Austrian times. The situation can be explained by the fact that there was missing the central archival system, and so to this end, it was that many archives, as many as organizations, depending on many losses occurred, particularly during the First World War. And some documents were left by the government when they were escaping, and the largest losses were in those holdings which were in private collections. And structuring of holdings was not very common, and the work was carried out in two directions: putting order, inventory taking, and putting order and inventory taking of municipal, city and commune in Galicia, and also from that period of time. And summarizing, I'd like to emphasize that the archives at that time became a part of the new system, and new requirements were introduced, and they faced new challenges. An important role was played by the leaders and managers and heads, which during the war continued to stay in those institutions and coordinated their work. Interwar period, that was a time of blossoming of their work, but it was stopped in 1939, and the Great War created a new open archives intended to facilitate storage of archives and also making them available for scientists. Thank you very much for your attention.
Rich of archive resources, a great example of joint archive heritage, not only Polish and Ukrainian, but we can say that it's a common Ukrainian heritage, taking care of big names known to archivists and well known to Poland. Such was the archive staff before the war. The last paper will take us to a bit different topic. Our last speaker is a political science expert. She has been working with the Mikhail Drahov University in Kiev, and now she is in Warsaw in the East European Studies Studio, which there's a group of our colleagues and Ukrainian colleagues. So Dr. Anna Minszenina will, is a unique from Ukraine, another participant with us. So Doctor, please deliver your speech on Ukraine in international relations in the period that we're discussing at the conference. I would like to congratulate on such a wonderful conference, which we have been in these times of war against imperialist Russia. We can say that a large-scale war has been in place from February of this year, but we are in war with Russia. We started this aggression for the 9th year already. What is an official position? My topic will focus today on international relations from the perspective of two world wars and the accomplishments that Ukraine, as part of its independence war, has managed to reinforce. We are revisiting this experience again, and the conclusion that we can draw, which is not only for Ukraine but also from Poland, for a country that is our friend, that is supporting us. We are very grateful for your comprehensive support. At the level of the state, of individuals, we feel that support very much, and we thank you for it a lot. But we know that all these imperialist aspirations impacts not only the people's which are targeted by this policy, but also in its neighboring countries. That's why we aim at victory, not only for the sake of our future, but for the sake of the future of all of Europe and all of the world. We are certain that we will win. We will be victorious. I would like to start by saying that throughout the entire history, Ukrainian has been fighting for its statehood, being part of various formations, but defending its right to self-decide about itself without assimilation, without exchanging privileges, and opting for this independence, sovereignty. And one of the ideologists of understanding of Ukrainian independence, Michnowski, wrote about at the beginning of the 20th century, our nation, through huge effort, is trying to maintain its independent statehood, and we have started this parallel historical process which also concerns Europe and is related to the Spring of Nations, to the Springtide of Nations, and it has its historic moment and battle for independence from the Central Ukrainian Rada, from the People's Republic area time. So my topic here is about the period of World War I, and I wanted to stress that Ukraine has joined World War I, and for it was a fratricidal war, because Ukrainians fought within the Soviet Russian Ukrainian, and 250,000 Ukrainians were in the Austro-Hungarian army. So that was the situation. It was both tragic at the same time, as Professor Verstyuk stresses there was where the front line was. Secondly, it was that front which destroyed the territory of Ukraine. We can talk about international relations from two perspectives. Ukraine as the subject of international relations, which was reflected also in the plans of the Austro-Hungarian Empire or Germany, or from the Entente countries. That is the first level. The second level of such war for our country is the right for agentship to have its subjectivity. Hence this independence movement, which in Ukraine wasn't at that time. What else? At the same time, seeing that amidst the movement for independence there was no unanimity, because on the one hand the future state was supposed to look for allies, whether the Entente or a different alliance. It was especially about some balancing some inconsistencies. Secondly, Ukraine, whether it would be part of that alliance or as an autonomous entity, or whether it would be fully independent. I wanted to stress that World War I opened up the possibilities for Ukraine to be able to say of itself that it has enough stable political historical tradition. It can also be stressed that Lushenko, which was a participant of the Ukrainian Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, he stressed that the Ukrainian issue was an ongoing one, because if the Russian Empire would be victorious, that would mean the destruction of the Ukrainian statehood and its effort for rebirth. For this reason, a certain part of the independence movement of Ukraine related to Western Ukraine decided at the beginning of war to act and inform through cultural, diplomatic undertakings, and to create an awareness of this Ukrainian issue in the world. Already at the beginning of creating external policy of Ukraine, it was related, and in Lvov in August 4th, 1914, an organization, Sojusz Wyzwolenia Ukrainy, was created, which can be referred to as the advocate. One of the most important features of that movement, of that activity, was an information campaign in order for the Ukrainian movement for independence to have an important status and to inform that Ukraine does exist and you need to activate yourself in the international arena. And the type of activity selected by the alliance was information activities related to issuing SVU, where the most important problems of Europe were described, and one of the Dmitry Dontsov, one of the people leading this movement, in his appeal to Europe, wrote that the Ukrainian idea of statehood became an international issue in the 20th century, the solving of which determines not only the fate of Eastern Europe but all of Europe. So the goal of the Ukrainian state during World War I is to maintain a balance of powers in the Ukrainian continent, because Ukraine will be able to become this barrier against further expansion of the Russian Empire onto the world. We can also stress that the Ukraine Independence Alliance was a representative organization and started operating in countries such as Germany, Turkey, Norway, Switzerland, and others. The representatives of the Alliance for Emancipation of Ukraine, it is believed that the area in the period in which the Constantinople organization has into the Ottoman Empire, and it was a delegation which was quite successful, because the Ottoman Empire with Enver Pasha, it was made aware of the significance of Ukraine and accepted Ukraine as a country which can gain independence and which needs to be helped in this effort. Further activities wrote down these aspirations. The activity of the Alliance for the Emancipation of Ukraine also involved representative institutions appointing people who live in ethnic regions with suitable status and rights of ethnic minorities in that given state. In that period also activities, military diplomacy was done by Ukrainian shooters, which related further on with the continuation of the matter that was started by them and continued during World War II. during the times of the Ukrainian uprising army. Following the events that took place in February of 1917 and shaping the Central Council as a representative body, the operations of that institution that would fight for the independence of Ukraine and for its right to be part of international organizations, despite its affiliation with a different empire, the Central Council was deemed as the only one towards the independence. The parliament MPs representing Galicia in the Austrian parliament in August of 1917 wrote to themselves that creating a Ukrainian state, even in the Federation alliance with Russia and with newly created countries Finland, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Caucasus, and so on, is in line with the interests of Austria-Hungary, and that will mean Russia breaking up into national parts. The occupation of central states of the autonomous areas. These states should accept the autonomous Ukrainian government, also with the February Revolution, and fight for independence of many countries. A situation was created in which Ukraine is both trying to legitimize its independence movement, which can take place amidst the Russian Empire, and also can legitimize its activities oriented at international operations. We can say that the Ukrainian activities of the Ukrainian People's Republic in the international arena pertained especially to accepting Ukraine as an independent entity, both through the lens of internal and external affairs. Among the main was also the issue of providing security and protection to ethnic minorities and the protection of national interests. Ukraine was not the only state that wanted to gain independence, but it was the right of each nation to introduce their rules. As one of the most important elements in international relations, we had exchange of representatives and embassies. Michnowski, when we talk about this global understanding of Ukraine, stressed that statehood, independent statehood of Ukraine is the main determinant for the existence of the nation, and it is a national ideal in the area of international relations. Now, when we talk from the point of view, from a retrospective point of view, about the development of international relations of Ukraine and its external activity, you can have several periods distinguished here. The first one related to the February Revolution, an attempt to rebuild relationships with Russia that was presented as a temporary government. The second period are relationships with Entente countries. Those countries tried to win in World War I, so they were interested in and internationally quite a big ally in terms of area, like Ukraine. And third, contacts with Germany and their allies in conditions of certain situational understanding or agreement that could bring ultimate independence to Ukraine and weaken Russia, and so weaken the main opponent in Ukraine's independence. It can also be stressed that despite the first period related to relations with the temporary government and representatives of Russia, this failed because the proponents of this new ideology of democratic changes in the Ukraine were of a unanimous position of a unanimous and indivisible Russia, which which made it hard to fight for the statehood in Ukraine that wanted to have the opportunity to decide about itself. So the first universal was in the past introducing the autonomous status of Ukraine. As for the second period related to operations of the Ukraine the People's Republic until January of 1918, we had independent activity of the Ukrainian People's Republic, and the main effect was obtaining the positive direction of Great Britain and France. Ukraine tried to gain official recognition from those countries, being oriented as the Entente countries. That's why in November of 1918 the third universal was proclaimed. Since then, Ukraine became the Ukrainian People's Republic. Of course, such a position helped Ukraine reinforce its subjectivity and allowed it to leave the war, to finish the war as an entity and not an object. At the same time, and this is also an issue related to building relations with the new authorities represented by the Russian Empire. So first the temporary Russian government, and then the Council of Ludwig commissioners. One of the main features of Ukrainian relations on the international arena at that time was a certain informal leadership in the Russian Empire. The main example of this leadership is the meeting of nations in Kiev under the run by Mikhail Khrushchev on September 15, 1917. In the materials of that meeting, in the archival data, we have it stressed that the compositions, the national Estonians, Belarusians, Georgians, Jews, and so on, was said about this autonomous status as part of this new Russian entity, and so right to self-determine. As for Russia's position in this informal leadership, Ukraine's relationship
Російської імперії також визначалося за тим, що
was also determined according to the fact that as part of signing the understanding agreement in the negotiation agreement and in the ending of the World War I in Brest, representatives of Armenia and Georgia turned to the Ukrainian People's Republic with a request for Ukraine to speak out on its behalf in negotiations with the Turkish part as for Georgian and Armenian lands, which, as part of the agreement, were supposed to be part of the German territories. Ukraine agreed to be part of the negotiations in Tbilisi. Unfortunately, this was related to the end of 1917, so with further war activities that occurred on the part of the Russian or Soviet army in Ukraine. The main directions of the Ukrainian state as for international relations were maintaining equal relationships with Russia. That was represented first as a temporary power, and then the Council of Commissioners to accept statehood, the right for nations to self-determine their fate, and determining relations with international countries, especially those from the Entente group and with central countries. We can see that as for the main directions of international operations, Ukraine did not have full awareness and full strategic concept as to building and presenting itself as a new country as part of international relations, because in conditions of dispersion, Ukraine was looking for situational allies, situational alliances. It was looking for a situational ally that would help it build its independence. Ukraine was started to be noticed as a state which is supposed to gain sovereignty in times where, together with proclaiming the fourth universal and its participation in peace negotiations, together with all those events that took place together with the occupation by Bolshevik armies, and with regard to those tragic events, Ukraine could not end this promise victoriously. Despite that, the diplomatic service developed in Ukraine. There were many representations. Ukraine was also represented by ambassadors and consuls in the international arena. However, certain events which took place and were destructive did not give Ukraine the opportunity to win its independence. The armies that Ukraine fought against, so the Red Army, the White Russian movement, Ukraine was not able to win. Even Simon Dura in his memoir said that even if Alexander the Macedonian fought with us, he would not have been able to win in the conditions that Ukraine was at the beginning of the 20th century. As for the international relations after World War II, it can be said that accepting the totalitarian regimes that were reinforced after World War I, everything that was national, cultural, and was consciously damaged and taken apart by totalitarian regimes, especially the Soviet Union. So that's why talking about international relations related to the subjectivity, and it's not really possible. The Ukrainian relations and international relations have been developed as part of the freedom movement. When the Ukrainian uprising army wanted to try and trust someone that wanted to fight for independence, it signed treaties under the supervision of Germany. Unfortunately, further events show that this is not the right way to go. We know that the Ukrainian army fought both against the Soviet army and the German one. You all know that Ukraine was one of the establishing members of the United Nations, which is a president from Stalin probably, when in 1944 he provided this opportunity to undertake external political activities to republics, but based on an ideology which was present in the Soviet Union at that time. So, if we were to summarize this, it might be said that Ukraine kept on fighting for its independence. Events related to World War I include the hopes of the Ukrainian people to maintain or to gain independence, to build its own state, to be able to live in it, and to be able to talk in Ukrainian, develop a culture, to live peacefully, and to support democratic values. But we know that the effects of these imperialistic tendencies, all that was brought about damage, and when everything was replaced by the party, and in the conditions of the Soviet Union, it was impossible to develop this search for a path for independence. Now Ukraine, in contemporary times, in the conditions of war, is facing the same destructive force and I hope that once and for all it will take care of its territorial integrity with the support of the international community. We are convinced that we will win. Slava Ukraine. Thank you for showing perspective of political scientists. We don't have much time. We promised some discussion to you. We have not only speakers with us who have taken the floor, but we have two professors, Mr. Jacek Bruski and Professor Vladislav Verstyuk, who had fascinating historical speeches, opening speeches of them. And now is the time to open the floor for discussion. We have some time left. Out of organizational duty, let me tell you how this will look like, because we're not only here in person, but we have streaming. So for the comfort of those watching us and listening to us online, first let me inform you that people who will want to take the floor are going to be listened to and watched outside of this conference hall. The speakers are aware of that. Secondly, all those who want to take the floor, who want to ask questions, please come to the stand. So please, is there anyone courageous enough? I hope I didn't discourage you from asking questions. So please raise your hand, and or better yet, come to the stand if there are questions, of course. The topics, the themes were very diverse. We talked about history. We had the standpoint of political science expert, and there were archival experts. Is there anyone who needs more knowledge about Ukrainian archives and their current situation, or about issues related to these themes? I see none and I hear none. So I think the topic has been exhausted. The speeches were excellent. Once again, thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the professors of the first session, the morning session, to the four excellent speakers in the panel dedicated to special Ukrainian archives. And with that, thank you to all those who are following us and all on the social media. So we're finishing the streaming right now, and we're saying goodbye to those who are not with us in